Hi everyone, welcome back for Adventure Month Day 15 minus 1, I think? Maybe? I don't remember if I updated the day. I think it's day 15. I kind of lost track there on that day that I skipped, and I can't really remember which one we're on, so it doesn't matter. We're about to finish Phoenix Wright. This should be it tonight. Let's see. Give me just a minute here, and we'll get started. Ow! Thanks for the follow. Once again, still didn't update that. It even says final day. I was assuming that it was the final day, but it is definitely the final day. Hi, Nimimu. Can't believe I completed 3 games in only 2 days? Yeah. Okay, so Lana and Emma haven't showed up yet. Arthur, thank you for the resub. Welcome back for your 11th month, almost a year now. You're one of my longest subs. So thank you. Oh, and yesterday we found out who the owner of the 7 yeah, ID card was. What a surprise, Damon Gant. Who was in the evidence room the day of the murder. Seven, that's like way too hard to count. Like, you only have 5 fingers on one hand. So how am I supposed to keep track of it? You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt on this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt it will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. Use 2 fingers on the other hand? But then how do I count them together? It's on another hand. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling on the defendant. 5 minutes after the trial starts, Lana will be found guilty. But she didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth. Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. ... Eh? If she's found guilty, you'll lose your one chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. Oh, I gotta get my phone. Because I forgot to turn it off. Here we go. Okay. You're texting me? Oh my goodness, I got your text. You probably shouldn't have sent me that. I'm pretty sure you could get arrested for that, Gross. See you in court, Wright. This is it. If I'm ever gonna find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. Oh, thank you. Hold on just a minute. Gotta do something real quick for someone. Why didn't it load? Let me try again. Okay. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Is Fred here? Hi, Fred. Sorry. This game has a lot of reading in it, so sometimes I forget to read the other things that I have to read while I'm streaming. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Huh. And what's that? Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, G. Been back to the pool yet? No. I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Huh! That's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? All these cats. Yes, only enough reading capacity for one thing, and just barely enough to coherently read that one thing. Sometimes not even enough. Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. What's this about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. You can't. Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. Alana! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defense certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Alright, dude, you're guilty. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. The court finds the defendant... Out there. Wait, what did I do? What did I do? One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you. But why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, hmm? Wait, is that the right the animation? Okay, there we go. I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, hmm? Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh, to whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. Oh. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well, the court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy, you'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take this horse by the reins. This is your first Irish stream, well welcome. I'm glad to have you here. Unfortunately, there's a lot of reading in this game, so a lot of the time I don't read the chat. So I apologize if I don't speak directly to you very frequently. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm gonna have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Okay. Oh, well, okay then. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? Hi, Kyrie. How are you? Welcome. Are we getting a Phoenix Wright game for the new 3DS? There's Dual Destinies that's out for the 3DS. There's the one that will never get localized that's out for the 3DS if you're in Japan. You can play that one. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. I didn't really see anything in there that I need to object to. I guess I'll just be pressing for this whole thing. Oh, you resubbed today? Well, thank you for resubscribing. I'm sorry that you didn't get any notification about it, but welcome back. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes, she was second in command under Chief Detective Gann. My sister, she was the best detective ever! Yes, I remember. Chief Detective Gann and Miss Skye used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. Huh. A man? Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Really? Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything from him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Skye and Gant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were two people present during Dark's questioning, Detective Damon Gann and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought it was good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in. I don't remember clearly what happened then, but... Hi Pyrus, hello! Do Franker Faces and Better Twitch TV overwrite each other? I don't... they're both pretty big. I don't think they'd, like, do that. I think they'd be pretty aware of what the other person has in their add-on. But it's kind of hard to tell the difference in what they do sometimes. Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out. The lights. It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but just then lightning flashed outside again. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I see. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. I mean, I don't know why I wouldn't want to hear more. Edgeworth seems to be working pretty close with me. I don't think he's gonna call me out on it. Am I gonna eat a pear on stream today? Probably not. Yeah, no. Like, I've had my one piece of fruit for like the entire year, so we're good now. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago. Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw? Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. Oh, there we go. Now we got the picture. Let's ask about the picture. This picture the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Hi Vile, how are you? Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost. Oh yeah, boy. Where's it at? Is this the evidence list? Hold on, I gotta check real quick. It probably said on the thing. Yep, here we go. Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you still insist on her denying its existence? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold! This is the evidence list for that SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over. Turn it... Ah! What's this? Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew. Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other? What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. Who'd have thought the picture would have been drawn on the back of this list? That was handed to Detective Goodman in the questioning room? Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor! If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Let's see. Is something wrong? Sorry, Your Honor. There is something drawn on the back of my list. Oh no! That's that thing! That thing that was dancing in the evidence room. Apparently, the head of criminal affairs used this for his blueprint. Hi, Law Dog. Very well, witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she saw the picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were shadows. After that I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw that instant. Okay, hold on a second. Before we continue, let me just check on this real quick. Here's the... No, that's the lost item report. Oh, there's so much evidence now. Okay. Single stab wound, piercing heart, lung. Weapon found in wound was missing tip. Okay. And then we gotta check this. Alright. Oh, hey, Seaside. How are you? Thank you for the host, man. Nice to see you. Hope your streams are going well. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Let's see. Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During that time, the detective team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye. 2 or 3 days later. The memory should still have been fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? Like, how many times? Oh my Kyrie, it's so nice to have you back. Welcome back. I'm glad you resubscribed and thank you. It's good to see you. It's been like a really long time since I have seen you. I like catch you on Twitter now. So, at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue? No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor. Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? Oh my goodness, all the subs, Abortion Shark, thank you for the resub. Oh my god, Kaito Fletcher, also thank you for subscribing. But thank you, Abortion Shark, welcome back for 4 months. And Kaito, thank you for joining us. No, I'm sorry, I don't even remember what we were talking about now. Oh, the flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyways, this picture shows exactly what I saw that instant. Sorry for asking you so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives? Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Huh. I'm not sure what's bothering me about the picture. I need to go back and check on it. That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. I mean, hold on. Let me go through my evidence real quick. I think I know why. Where's the picture? It's way over here. Okay. Like, I don't know what he's holding. It's like a big mess. But it doesn't look like the knife. And I'm pretty sure that's what it says in the autopsy report. I guess it's the trophy, probably. Based on its shape alone. Oh, I need to go back to the right dialogue option. before I present anything. So how do I ask her about that? Do I do it from the evidence list? No. I guess I'll have to do it from the autopsy. Where's Neil's autopsy? Okay, there we go. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. This thing here. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see it's the you see its tip is broken. What? In fact, you don't even have to look closely to see that. But wait, what? But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See, the murder weapon. Its tip is broken too. If I recall. I don't know, it was just kind of odd the way that she drew it. I guess that got me off in the wrong direction. The tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. Huh? Where could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should have not been broken yet. Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right. Oh, okay. The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at me at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, Wright. All I'm saying is that this broken knife might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, you piece of shit. Have you not listened? Please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being 2 broken knives? I guess pretty good. Another broken knife beside Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? Oh, yes, there was one. If the witness is adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error. Mr. Wright, in that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume then that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. The real murder weapon. I don't think I have the trophy. No, I have the trophy, but not the right one. So, next best thing. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. This is a picture of the awards ceremony. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall's holding. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the picture was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood this award. Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and a broken knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutor Award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. Oh. What do you mean? I mean, the man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh! But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Wait! I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? His list. The one with that picture scribbled on the back? I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we address this in the witness's testimony. Can you please tell us what's going on? Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up and now the blue badger? This should be interesting. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw a shadow. This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible. The head detective of criminal affairs didn't even design him until this year. That would mean he didn't exist 2 years ago. Oh. Stop. Please. Don't pursue this any further. Lana. What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Alright. When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark? Yes, at least I think it was him. You think? All I could really see were shadows. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office of reports. So then you... I panicked and rushed toward both of them. Immersion ruined. Thank you for the donation. Unfortunately for you, you barely ruined it. But thank you. And there was our nice new, very quiet, that was Chameleos, right? I believe so. Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She seemed convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. But as we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was, I've got to help Mr. Marshall. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. The blue badger. Are you sure about this? Of course, see? I even drew a picture of him here. But the head detective of criminal affairs brought up this hideous beast, and that was just this year. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. But I finally remember. Cat courtroom. Oh man, thank you for the donation. That's what it sounds like. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing? He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. His shadow. So you mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. This thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. Yeah, that was a Celta's Queen. I like added something close to 50 sounds to my notifications. Because I only had like 8 before and they were getting really loud and annoying. So I like toned them down a little bit and got some new ones in there. That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation. If so, then by all means, please show us what this shadow really was. What was it Emma saw? Oh my goodness, thank you again. That was, Garuga, right? Didn't say Gargoyle this time, like I've been saying for like a year. Ian Garuga. Who really is this blue badger? Oh shit. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. I thought it was the knight at first. But then I saw this in the picture too. What does the blue badger's stupid head look like? Something like that, right? No. Berserker Poopy Hands, thank you for the donation. Who could that be? But thank you. Oh! I just realized I was completely covering it up. Here. Let me see if I can fix that. Boom. Fixed. Oh man, I just gotta get I gotta get this right. Something like that. Okay, there we go. So let's flip it, flip it, flip it. And then like that, boom, Blue Badger. The Blue Badger hadn't even been dreamed up when Emma drew this picture, yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the Blue Badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright! In this room. Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? It was a time-traveling Blue Badger. Boom, solved. Case is over. Where's the pot? Here it is. The mysterious Blue Badger was in fact this. What exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the Blue Badger. You shut up. Indeed, it doesn't, as it stands now. It's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Berserker didn't wash his poopy hands. Oh, okay. Thank you. I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this. Here we go. I just forgot how I did it last time. I mean, it can't be that hard. No, no. Okay, turn it, flip it. Alright, and then like that. That looks pretty close. Yeah. You're gonna have to accept it. Well, is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the Blue Badger. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious Blue Badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything! Indeed? Very well then, please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? I mean, we know the location, definitely. The murder weapon, I don't think that helps resolve that at all. And not the murderer either. So, I'm gonna say location. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. Not only that, but she saw it at a very specific angle. Knowing this... Edgy Edgeworth. Thanks. Knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gans. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes. And it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office. Okay. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Hey, OMG APC. How are you? Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? Is Lana gonna, like, poop on my face now? Berserker Poopy Hands is coming for you. That is very suggestive, and I appreciate the donation. I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. She's pretty screwed. Please, recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. And the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? Oh. The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the prosecutor's award. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility. Of course, the perpetrator would have no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man in the sky knocked away was actually Neil Marshall. And thank you. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? Four whole frames of animation, yeah. They have an entire scene dedicated to the blue badger wobbling back and forth in full 3D, but they only gave 2 frames to the death of Neil Marshall. I don't know. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with their own testimony. This is unprecedented. What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out what happened, what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're gonna have to have proof, or you could prove it. Either way. Did I save recently? No. Tell me. Can you? I haven't really saved in this game, ever, except at the end of chapters. Do you have any conclusive evidence that proves that my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? Yeah, we do have evidence. Oh boy. M4 Davis, thanks for the donation. And that was a great Jaggy, yeah. Okay, see you, Pyrus. I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Touche, Miss Sky. Of course. That only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. Somehow. That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased? Does such a message exist? I've got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind. Oh! Zoom! Enhance! Is in the evidence. This message from the deceased is already in her possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister's a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is to not accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek: the truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. When you say it like that, it sounds kind of dumb. But here we go. Thank you for the donation. What monster is that? That is, Darren. This is the blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name? Take that. Oh, thank you. If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice. For some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there is a line here, drawn in blood. So what you're saying is these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will That was my favorite. It's just like, hey. Oh, morale. Thank you. And the victim's message will become apparent. No. Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. I've got to admit, there's only one thing the victim would have written given the circumstances: the murderer's name. So, oh, okay, here we go. Boom! Bang! Does it have to be connected? No, we're good. Boom! Bop! Beep! Bloop! Bloop! Blop! I don't know why I wrote it this way. Well, he was dying, I guess. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove his client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought I'd turn out like this. It would turn out like this. What was that? What was that? Thank you for the donation. Emma. Oh my goodness. It doesn't end. I'm drowning. And cats. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. Dennis, welcome back. Thank you for the resub. It's nice to see you. But for some reason, I feel like I got a notification from you just like days ago. But welcome back. Maybe time just flies. But thank you, man.
Seaworthy? Can't say I didn't warn you.
Chief Gant.
Do you understand the implications of...
Get the spray bottle.
Do you understand the implications of what you've done?
What? What are you talking about?
2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not?
Ack!
Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death.
Maybe innocent? We don't know. Maybe just not for that crime, but he could be guilty for other things. Maybe not as serious, but he can't commit any crimes now, can he?
Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction.
I think that's what that sound was supposed to be. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable.
I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice.
What?
We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery.
I need to go to the restroom. I'll be right back. Thank you for the donation. That was Uconlos, yeah? I'll be right back. But thank you. I need some more water, and I do really need to use the restroom. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. I guess I missed a message. Dyer shit himself. Oh. No, I'm fine. I'm fine now. But thank you so much. I appreciate all the support, even if it is only for goofy sounds. I love you. Anyways, now that I'm back, you know, I got that nice new cup because I was like, oh, you know what? I won't have to get up as much during my streams if I have like a lot of water right here. And I've just ended up drinking more water and having to go to the restroom more. So it hasn't really worked out, but I like the cup, so. Despite what anyone may ask, the fact cannot be denied. Poopy. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? They might be sending an innocent man to death. How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Order. Oh, that's the judge. The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. Well, Emma's guilty. That's it. We're good. You know, Emma and Lana are guilty. So they can go to jail together. They're not getting separated. They're going to be together. Also, why am I getting a save point now? There can't be that much. Trying to enjoy the story. I am so sorry for you. I am incredibly sorry. But thank you for the donation. Hold on, let me get stream tip up so I have an idea of where all this illegal money is coming from. There we go. Oh, weird. They got rid of the images for stream tips, so now I can't even, like, guess. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Oh, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? Here's some critical evidence that will help you solve everything. You've got a lot of nerve, pal. Making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it Lana's having you run errands again? Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here. She asked me to give you this. Let's start over. Here. She asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law? This applies? What? Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. I'm sure you know the only 2 rules of evidence law, right? Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're gonna need this book. Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. So now we're going to read a 300-page textbook on evidence law. It doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you're unaware of. Emma Skye found out she's unwittingly caused a man's death, and now you're telling me you want to do more? You've got to be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? This case is... Thank you. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Lana got framed and blackmailed, supposedly by Gant. I mean, there's like some evidence in his locker. We haven't proven anything though. It doesn't matter all that's been said in court so far. We've got to really prove it now. Yeah, I don't know why StreamTip doesn't show me names anymore, or at least the pictures, but okay. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor? The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. All right. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness, but, this isn't easy to say. You see, there's some concern that Mr. Edgeworth may have, struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses? I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone's been talking and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. Why don't we just have like a mistrial? Yeah. I'll see you, Kyrie. Good night. Hope to see you around sometime soon. Goodbye. I have a solution. A solution. That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all the further witnesses. What? But there's never been a case example. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Sure, whatever. Like, what are rules? It doesn't matter. They only matter sometimes, so... Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well, the defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. And it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness, Mr. Wright. You do realize this is your last chance? If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. Oh. I mean, now that we've revealed everything, I guess we could talk to Lana. I don't think Gant's gonna, like, give on anything. I don't think there's a point in calling on him. It'd be cool, though. But I think Lana's the one. Well, call myself. Call me a fae. Call Detective. Don't mess this up. I'll try not to. I guess I'll try again. Give me a second here. I'm enjoying this piece of candy. Okay? Like, it's not the worst thing that's ever happened. It's not an apple. It's gonna end shortly. Just let me enjoy it. Call him Mia. Okay. Okay, there we go. Smack them lips. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything? For real? I guess we really didn't talk about any of the evidence that he was holding. As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. Alright, bailiff. Escort Mr. Gannon to the stand. When you donate, you don't have to use your real username. You can put whatever you want. It's basically anonymous. What's this? Some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy. Are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name's Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto. What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. What?
You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to.
What? Is that true?
I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with certain risks. Don't worry. I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well, the witness may now begin his testimony. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Is that when Dark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it's when Dark bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut.
If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I better hit him hard and fast. As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day.
Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that.
Was the defendant Lana Skye also present in the room?
I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it.
Did I read the textbook? No, I gotta read the textbook. Gotta read it. Hold on. You're right, I didn't read it. For Miss Skye explains the 2 rules of evidence law. Touch check for details. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case and trial. Okay, we read it. I'm glad that was in a book and not in a memo.
That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first, so Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky.
What's this about a power outage?
Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went into his heart, though.
Could you tell us what you saw?
It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying.
Oh wait, Dark was also lying on the floor?
Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those 2 poor girls. Alana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, She must have already known what her sister had done. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved. So that means you found the body near Lana's desk? That's right. I think you said earlier it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor? Yes. Anyway. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery, but I'm afraid that is a claim you can't back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this list, for example. That's the list Emma Sky drew her picture on. This was discovered on your desk. Not only that, but a piece of this jar that was sitting in your office was found inside your safe. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you had played a part in this illegal investigation. Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Huh! Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit it then, that you were involved in this forgery? Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck in my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during that investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Let's see. What was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help out in any way. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand I'm chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh. Indeed. I believe I'll press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. Alright, Edgy. In return, though. I know. That place, right?
Huh? What?
For all I... Oh, wait. We already read this. Okay.
How do you record your 3DS screen? You would have to install a 3DS capture card. There's a couple of different places you can get it. It's kind of expensive. I'd appreciate it if you stopped making these ridiculous allegations.
Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that.
What? I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped...
Mr. Wright, what are you saying? Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry the evidence in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're gonna need it later.
Later? What are you talking about?
What else? I'm talking about when your fingerprints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, they would prove your investigation was illegal. This is all purely hypothetical, of course, but suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery.
If concealing evidence found at a crime scene is a forgery...
I'm not through speaking yet, Mr. Wright. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered.
Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation?
It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all I know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced.
Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient? Right. The chief is talking about a possibility, so long as you can't rule that out. Your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time.
Come now, Mr. Wright. Think about it.
Hold on, I gotta go back and do that. For some reason I didn't think that was the last one. Really, Chief Gian. At the very least, there's one very large benefit you've reaped from all of this.
Oh? I wasn't aware. What is this benefit?
That would of course be the position you have. Chief of Police. Oh. The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is a sufficient motive.
Oh, that's a good one.
Huh?
Do you really think I'm that incompetent?
What do you mean?
Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of the SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little.
Is that true, Edgeworth?
Yes, he was going to be chief anyway.
Hey, silly gamer guy, how you doing?
Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at.
So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else.
Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There. It's out in the open now. Udgy, would you mind if I change my testimony a little?
By all means, please do.
I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me.
Nothing in it for you?
Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again.
You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone.
Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised.
You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though.
Oh, that's a good one, Worthy.
Could there have been something in it for him? Well, there's Lana. True, you might not help out anyone for their sake. But if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. Very well, I'll ask. Who is the person you believe Chief Gant might have helped forge evidence? Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye, the defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in the light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. The reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all of this? He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me, despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh wait.
You must mean puppet, as in someone...
Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Sky in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her.
Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something.
What?
Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing?
Lana. I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless... that is also what happened in this incident.
This incident? Which one would that be?
Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone was if someone has been controlling her.
Worthy, you better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt.
Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gann is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement.
Mr. Wright, you can't be serious.
Huh?
This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief police of blackmail and murder? That's impossible.
Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer in the law, is involved in this murder? Thank you for the donation. Nani? Do I have choking noise? Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell.
I see. Alright then.
Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. Okay. So, what do we have? What do we have that was stolen? Nani Saray? What? Saray? What? We have the record of him entering the evidence room. What else? We also have the evidence that Edgeworth gave him. Not directly, but we have that. Under an immersion. Oh, thank you. Thank you for ruining immersion. Let's see. Really, the only thing we have is going to be the record. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There is one ID on that list we could determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777.
Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my number.
Oh, it's your number.
What? How do you know that?
The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code.
7 digits? You don't mean he was stupid enough to use his ID number for locking his safe, right?
I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. The same as the remaining ID card on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime.
Chief Gant, what do you have to say?
Nothing.
The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations.
And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card.
Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room? On the day of the crime? What about it? I'm chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want.
Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone?
I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room.
Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he?
Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days.
You hadn't seen him in days. Chief Gant, I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman.
What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine the Lana Sky's guilt.
No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met with the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? Oh, man. What did transpire during that meeting? There's so much evidence. Okay, it's not that. To be submitted to the chief. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filed a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police.
Yet you're in possession of the report. which means you can't be sure he filed it.
He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed it to enter the evidence room that day.
He needed to.
Yes, to transfer the evidence out.
Oh.
Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room.
I accompanied him.
There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room.
Hold on. Let me guess what you're gonna say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman.
Exactly.
But wait. The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him into the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort.
Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. But you showed us your ID card earlier. Hold on, give me a minute. Okay. It would have been found on his body. Chief Gant, you didn't. The murder was most likely committed on the spur of the moment. No one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why else? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body. However, the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there?
I was at the police department the entire day, you know.
And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal.
Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so.
Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we needed to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. Well, of course, he used the screwdriver to move the body. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. What's that? A screwdriver. But what does that have to do with this case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is the screwdriver doing here? It's here because I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it at the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back to the prosecutor's office. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean, The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Gant used Phoenix Wright's attorney badge to move the body, finally. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Yes, unless of course you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Edgeworth to carry evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It's a photo of a body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe your time's up. My time's up. Sorry, Righto, but I'm having a lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're gonna make it in time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're gonna just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright. I don't think I do. I don't think I have anything at all. I mean, this is all hinging, actually, on Lana's testimony. So, no, I don't think I have anything. No, I don't. It's no use showing evidence if I'm not sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence.
See, Edgy?
In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief.
What? I don't gamble unless the stakes are high. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Edgy, I'll leave the rest to you.
I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency.
But my exclamation marks.
Oh. Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony.
But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify.
There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions. Raised in this trial, someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? Who could it be? The defendant, Miss Lana Skye. She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task, to dispose of the victim's body, in accordance with a certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well, the court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in... Hold on. Generic voice. Huh? Oh, Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat.
Listen good, Lana.
He's talking to Lana. Really?
I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claim, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. Of course, you never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright then. I've got a lunch date to make. Or meet. Whatever. Goodbye.
Beautifully read, you're right.
Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess.
How's he allowed to run free? The courts and the police are incredibly corrupt and can do whatever they want. Here in America. Specifically California. The great state of California. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. That chief, he's something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe? I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Ah, don't worry. I've already decided where to work now. At your office. My office. Sure. I'll take the place of the... Wait. I'll take the place of the top-nutted girl you used to work with. Could he mean Maya? Still. Looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How's he always get he gets the upper hand? I'm gonna take a break for a minute and not say anything. Just enjoy the dialogue. What happened to Maya? At the end of Case 4, she left to improve upon her abilities as a psychic medium. And she just left. So... Oh my god, Gant's voice just like killed me. I don't know why I even bothered with that. I am just dead. So, just gonna be nice and chill for a minute. Yeah, I turned Moobot on because there's a lot of really bad links out right now. I mean, if you really want to see the things that people post, you can always install Better Twitch TV and it won't delete the messages. And you can still see what they're clicking on, but I would suggest not clicking on any links that get deleted. Just for your own sake. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now, even though you killed the man. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Well, I better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait here? No, I'm going with you. Okay. I want to be there. when Lana tells the truth. Let's go, Mr. Wright. It's time to end this. For like the millionth time. Woo! You know what? I was like, why are they giving me a save point? And it's been like an hour now since that last save point. This is a really long trial. I expect it to be kind of over fast. I don't even know if I'll get to the other game. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand? Miss Lana Skye, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. Look, wow, they said it. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to his blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dart convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Well, dude, we gonna rip that testimony up. Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana... If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've gotta help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. But what if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. After, like, 20 hours in the same trial. Huh. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Hold it. How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years. Detective Gant and Detective Skye were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases. Damon Gant was a respectable detective, that's why. There's no truth to his blackmail theory. But think about it, Miss Skye. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana. So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago. You say you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change the statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that's so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. All just to protect me. So when you found this scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, then moved the body. You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders.
My head isn't bad.
When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Pieces of the jar, you mean... Yes, that wretched jar Mr. Wright showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle. Oh girl, you about to get presented with some evidence. They show it so many times too. I don't know why they didn't like improve the animation a little bit. Even if there is just like 2 other frames and make it look a little better. Okay, hold on. Relax. I thought we were at the beginning again. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence. I broke out the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, then moved the body. The pieces of the jar that shattered in the events threatened my plan. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. I have nothing to do with it. I don't know which one I should present it for. I don't feel like it should matter. Because they're both very relevant. I mean, here it's specifically talking about the jar. But then here it's also talking about it had nothing to do with Emma, and it clearly had Emma written on it. But I think we need to start with this. Because it wasn't broken. So we'll do that. Let's do that. Where's this stupid jar? Here it is. There we go. Easy. Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been useless. Even so, I'm compelled to bring it to everyone's attention, a significant contradiction within your testimony. Hey, Video Beams. A contradiction in my testimony. You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutors must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must have not yet been broken before he died. Oh. He couldn't have written Emma's name on the shattered jar. Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together all the information to arrive at the truth. Very well, the witness may now continue her testimony. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away all the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. You mean you were the one who wiped away this message in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well, okay. So the jar was already broken. It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier.
It certainly looks as feeble as this defense's case.
Oh,
You were an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? Normally I would have. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? No, if I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust. Lana, you do that for me? Hi, Angahito. Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came. This is rather shocking. Do you have to say, you really don't have to say hold it to everything? Sometimes they just talk more. Really, the only thing you have to do in this game is present evidence at the right time. It's almost a visual novel, but you actually have something to do. I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened. What do you mean? If you really thought Dart killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in that situation? I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. But how could you see with the power out? It must have been pitch black in that office. A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now I carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry my bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. Did you now? There we go. And sometimes you need to press so you can get little details like that. And then you can present your evidence. Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the Chief's safe. But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. Amphy, welcome back. It's nice to have you for 4 months. thank you for resubscribing. I am losing my voice. And unfortunately, the next game I picked also has a lot of dialogue, so... But thank you, MP.
That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Ha! Can you believe it? Oh, okay.
Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken.
Oh, that.
There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness.
I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was first...
Why we're okay, I don't want to say anything anyway.
The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide the fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer that, huh?
No?
Wait, I'm not the one on trial here.
Damon Gann arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposefully hid one of the broken pieces. Question: why is this action called fabrication?
But why would Chief Gant do that?
In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma. And here's the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became Chief Gant's puppet. No, I did it on my own. Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap?
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright?
Lana may be right after all. What do you mean, right? So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright. Miss Skye, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Skye, if you will. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there's a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth. Alright, the witness may testify once more for the final time. Actual crime scene. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what happened, I thought she did it. That's when I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. How long has this case been going on? It's been going on for like 5 streams. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword? You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? Oh, it's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture. Well, we really only have one thing. Let's check the evidence. Ew. Oh, now let's check it. Okay. Open it up. Oh, wait. What's this on the back? Doesn't matter. It's inside. Hey, there's a picture here. Oh yeah, he's dead. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. That's because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I rearranged the scene. That piece cut out from his vest, could that be the cloth we found in Chief Gant's safe? Well, I tried to do that earlier, but now's the time. What's this?
Oh, it's just a handprint on a piece of leather. Like, where's the leather? Oh, where could that be from?
That cloth, it had fingerprints on it. Whosever fingerprints those must be are the real murderer. What? But those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer.
Oh, poop.
Very well, the defense may now begin its... Wait, begin it? Okay. Oh yeah, the actual crime scene.
Oh, come now, Edgy. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen.
Chief Gant.
What? Now you want me to make out as a... You want to make me out as a bad guy too? Now you want to make out? Oh yeah, okay. If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense.
I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined testimony. That means you forfeited your right to make a statement of any sort. Just... Oh my! Oh, that combo. Thank you for the follow and thank you for the donation. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of a noose tightening around your own neck. I don't know how you're supposed to make that noise. That's what I get when I try it.
So what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements.
What do you mean?
The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't. But someone does.
Someone.
So then, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is this true, Mr. Wright?
If I show that piece of evidence now, M is sure to be made out as the murderer.
Well, son, I don't gotta.
Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you do try to conceal anything, you'll be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall. I think I can still present it and not be concealing evidence, and then still present the evidence law book. I think I can do that. I can't conceal it. Game's gonna like poop on me if I do, so. Yes, Your Honor, I do have further evidence. Alright, the time's finally come to show it to them. Those prints have gotta be the Chief's.
Now then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall.
Save state? Nah, dude. Nah. I'll play like that.
That's a piece of leather clothing.
Yes, it most likely was cut from the victim's vest near his chest. What's this? There's a big handprint on it.
Surely it must have been left on the cloth by whoever shoved the victim into the sword. What? Whose fingerprints are on this? I'm sure Righto has checked, haven't you? Well, whose are they?
They're Miss Skies. Miss Emma Skies. What? They're mine. So I really did do it.
See? I told you it was conclusive.
But this was found in your safe. That means it's possible you forged it.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember any cloth in my safe. Do you really expect me to believe that? Give it up, Mr. Wright. It's over. You shouldn't have presented that. By presenting that evidence, you tied Emma Skye to Neil Marshall's death. No. It appears we have our killer. Everything hinged on that point. In the end, Lana was found guilty. Did I lose? Oh my god! I lost. I blew it. Oh my god, I have to go through all that again, don't I? I thought I did it right. What about the evidence law? 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 Alright, time for the speed run. Here we go. 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 I can save just by doing that. Here we go. Press and hold a button to speed through it. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Can I hold the button to speed it up? I don't know what button that'd be. I don't know what button to press for that. Here we go. Here we go. Hold B? Well, hold on a second. I've been playing this purely with mouse. Let's find out how we do that. Control config. B is Z. Thank you. And that's not working. It's not helping at all. Double click the box. I'm clicking it as hard as I can. Okay. Hopefully we can just like go straight to the thing. Hold on, it's gonna take like 5 minutes tops. It's okay, we'll get there.
The speed up only works if you beat the trial. Okay. I can't imagine, like, replaying this game. Maybe, like, after 8 years. And you forget everything, like I have. Hold spacebar. I am holding spacebar as, like, as hard as I can. It's not a thing I can do. I think I'm gonna click. Yeah, that was a nice cat. It's integral to the story. I hope you paid attention. Okay, need this. Hey Fear the Blackout, welcome. You're just in time for me to fail miserably in the last few moments of the game. Why did you move the body? You want Miku back as notifications? No. I'm not downloading Vocaloid again. That was a nightmare. Okay, thank you, Kitty's Hat. I'm glad people have been enjoying it. I've been having a pretty good time too. I think now let's present the jar. Okay, got the objection. I've got a really good game. Well, I don't know if it's a good game. I've got a game that has been recommended to me almost every single night of Adventure Month. So I decided, you know what, I'll play it, and we'll see how it goes. I don't think it's a really good game from what people have told me, but, you know, it might be fun. Sakura Spirits, yes, I've been suggested that every single night, and I've really been looking forward to it. There are so many of those Sakura games on Steam now. I think there's at least 4 or 5, and it's really weird. They have one for like the beach now? It's like called Sakura Bounce, is that right? I don't know. Sakura Clicker, yeah, they got that too. I'm gonna misclick something. There's 5 with the clicker. I only own Spirits. I haven't played Bounce, Clicker, or Angels. I haven't played Spirits either. I think it's, I actually unlisted that in my Steam library. So... Okay, I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. Start Chrome, check it out. To be safe, I wiped away all the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. That's the one I need to do. Clicker has DLC? I'd imagine. It's like a game made for microtransactions. It's like Curiosity, but with boobs. I think all of the nudity in those games are censored, but it's still heavily centered around scantily clad women with big boobs. And forcing your way through the story so you can see them covered in slime. Not that I've played.
Or anything. Chief Gant. Yep, that's you.
You know, I said 5 minutes. I think I was wrong. Speaking of Gabriel Knight, I also remembered that I have that game, Gray Matter, which I think was written by the same lady that did Gabriel Knight. And I really like the story for both of the Gabriel Knight games I've played. So it might be okay. It's not Gabriel Knight, but it's some lady, and the game's called Gray Matter. I don't know what it's about, but... As long as I don't have to talk about, like, if I don't have to read the dialogue, I'm fine. I'll take a breather. We'll hit the ending. It'll be great. Out of any of the King's Quest, like the original King's Quest games, I don't think I could complete those. I don't think I could. Like, without a walkthrough, I don't think I'd do it. Have you played To the Moon? I haven't played To the Moon. I've watched Hootie play To the Moon, and I've also cried like a baby to the moon. To the Moon, but I haven't played it myself. Is the new one any good? Oh, the new King's Quest game? I have no idea. I think it's episodic, and I really don't get into episodic games until they're completed. Oh yeah, she did bite her thumb and blood came out. That's pretty brutal. 999. I've had a lot of suggestions for that as well. Maybe. Some of the old Sierra games are really hard. Oh, I picked up Lisa. Lisa looks really good too. I'm excited to play that. I'm not sure if that's something I'd stream, but it looks really, really good. I got it when it was on sale for like $2. Looks fantastic. I don't think Lisa would be very appropriate. That's more RPG though. Okay, how far along are we? Play Pajama Sam. I don't have any of the Pajama Sam games. I'm sure I could find some, but I don't have any of those. The actual crime scene. Hold on. Here we go. We're really close. Don't forget the save state. There's only one other option. I can't screw up that bad. I like how we like reach the climax of the story, and then I just totally beef it. And we have to sit for like 20 minutes waiting for me to catch up. But it's nice. This is like the first time I've gotten to like stop and talk to people consistently. Okay, gotta find the thing. Can't screw up that bad. Yeah. Oh, I almost screwed up. Nope. Wait. What? What's on the cover? What is that? It's cute. I don't know what it is. I did it on purpose to build suspense, you're right. Well, like, in every single case they give you this, oh, you're totally guilty. And then you're like, but wait. And I thought that was happening. But no, it was actually because I was found guilty. Soccer Spirit is probably very banned. Like any game that's focused around sex, I think is banned. Oh, they actually have a list now. Hold on. Let me... There's a game called Battle Rape? Really? I've never heard of that game before. When I was younger, BMX XXX, oh my god. I was so excited to get that game, and it turned out to be like the biggest disappointment ever. You like did the BMX stuff, and you did that forever, and then like at the end, you got like these weird little like centerfolds that you looked at. Wait, Indigo Prophecy's banned? What? Hold on. That can't be. Whoa, it is. Oh! All versions of games rated adults. So I guess you could play... No. No, I guess not. Huh. Huh. Can you watch the bad end? Yeah, it's coming up. BMX XXXXXXX was a really, really bad game. I think the Guy game was like a game so bad it's funny, but yeah, I don't think that'd ever be streamed either. Anyways, we're almost right up on the game. Here we go. Here we go. Is this... Okay, actual crime scene. Save just in case? No! I can't mess up. We're golden. It's a 50-50 decision, dude. Safety saves? Like I said, I'm not about that. I like living on the edge during these slow-paced games where you only have to click. Don't chance this. I'm gonna be fine. It'll be fine. I'm gonna be like looking away, clicking, going through the dialogue, and accidentally click on the option. What kind of coin am I gonna flip for this one? Well, I feel like I made the right decision last time, and I think that's still what's gonna happen, but the game just wanna like kick me in the butt first. Alright, here we go. Alright, almost there. I also have other evidence. Yeah, I do. He can't prove I have evidence, right? I cannot show the evidence. Okay, Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. See, the way it's phrased, I cannot show the evidence. It's not that I can't show any evidence because there isn't any. It's because I can't because there's a reason and I was too stupid to pick that option. What? You lie. Chief Gant. You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? Fine, I'll show them. Go to jail, I don't care. We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like part of it's been cut off for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her? I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay on her sister, that when she saw the scene, she'd ask for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dart convicted. When we rearranged the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. I did this before Lana arrived at the scene. 2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe? But why? For insurance, of course. Insurance. I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that a girl committed.
You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging evidence? Who do you take me for? A fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go wipe the blood off all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too? Ho ho ho! Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Wright-o. Cough it up already. I know you have it.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then, Chief Gann, that you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe?
Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence that you could present.
Foolish move, Wright-o. You should have shown it then before it was too late.
See, save? No. Who do you think I am? Who do you think you are? I am. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory's mine. Okay. Okay. So, we do have evidence. We can't conceal it. They know all about it. We have to show them the evidence. And I know this is right. I have to show the evidence. I can feel it. I mean, what's the worst that happens? Lana goes to jail forever. Maybe Emma goes to jail forever. And I have to replay the last 40 minutes. So... Let's show the evidence. Pa-pow! Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who really murdered Prosecutor Marshall. No save states, no saves. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest.
Oh, yes. At last you finally brought it out into the open.
There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly.
You mean...
It could have not been forged. It must be authentic. Conclusive evidence. It totally has to be authentic. Because look how hard they hit it. That's gotta be real.
You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy.
What?
Think about it. Wright had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be?
You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that? Mr. Wright, do you really know? Come on.
Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they?
Very well, I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person whom these fingerprints belong to are...
Emma Sky.
What? They're mine?
I'm sorry, Emma.
But why? Why didn't you tell me?
You're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death.
How could you? You monster.
Miss Sky.
You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't.
Miss Sky, it's not over yet.
What?
I said this trial isn't over yet. Ha! But I'm afraid it's over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you gonna tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer?
Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up.
Oh? And what's that?
Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall?
What?
Chief Gant, you're absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask?
It was Emma Sky, wasn't it?
I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction.
What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about?
I'm talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is.
Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict?
Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here.
Behold.
Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. It's finally time. There is a ton of evidence in this, you're right. The blue badger! You're right. Did I save yet? I don't think I've saved once. And this is a time where I really would consider it. And what exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs no doubt were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth. Wait, there's no blood on it. Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword. No, this is nonsense. Now then, Chief Can, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground as he was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor's sword? Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. Then he broke the jar on purpose to leave behind a clue and make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out the bloodiest piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Though the very act of creating insurance, you prove that you were the actual murderer. It's finished. Or not.
That was close, Righto. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, G? Earlier, old Righto here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Righto? You don't have some conclusive evidence, don't you? You do have some conclusive evidence, whatever. I don't fucking care.
Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence.
But that's not fair.
Do you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, true, illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person, assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright?
It seems, at last, the time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived.
Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of cloth?
I did not. That one I can answer. No problem. Certainly, I refused to present evidence at one point.
Aha! So the evidence is illegal.
No, it isn't, Mr. Gant.
Huh.
It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't.
What do you mean you couldn't?
There are certain procedures involved in presenting evidence.
No, Udgy. Don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward.
There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not?
Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now.
Well, it's 'cause I got a book. I read one page of it, and I know that one page.
So this is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law.
What's this?
I've done my homework too, Chief. I read a whole 2 sentences. Even though I'm a lawyer, I need this book to prove it. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more.
What?
You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. It goes without saying I did not have approval from the police department. Rule number 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case and trial. And here's the crux of the matter. Words are hard, man. Sometimes you just make them up out of nowhere. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take a look at this picture and... Sorry, but can't you recall when was that picture presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. No. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes. It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant. The killer was you. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman. Yeah, that's right. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden, he had to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He told me to open up the evidence room and take it out. It's not too late. I'll hand this to Marshall. Well, to be honest, I was a little panicked too. I had a bad feeling about it, but never knew it would come to this. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. It would only increase the amount of blood, and you wouldn't finish what you started. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I was wiping it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my mistake. Detective Gumshoe's bloody handprint.
I used to be known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it.
Then you put the body in my car.
I'm sorry. We couldn't think of any other way to move the body. We broke the trunk, but what's the big deal?
You pulled down a lot more than us detectives. What does this have to do with anything? You're horrible. How could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this?
Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out.
So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker.
I feel bad for having to do it. I couldn't sit around and pick and choose what to take.
Well, you left the jar fragment and gloves.
Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They did their jobs well, much to my dismay.
Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that.
Tell me, Worthy, what are you doing in court?
Me.
You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. If you want to take them on alone, you'll figure out what's needed.
Okay, see you, Berserker Dude. Have a good night.
Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Udgy.
What?
Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend.
I'm sorry too, Damon Gann. I knew you as you used to be, long ago. Once a fine investigator and example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you're no longer that person.
Those days are gone now, Udgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now, you have Wrighto here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong.
He is the nicest murderer blackmailer I've ever met.
You see, if I listen carefully, I can hear right now the sound of a new beginning.
There are two things I want you to understand. Yes. First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today. Okay, it's all good.
It seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered.
I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My. What high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows, a few years from now, you just might make it to the top. yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it. I only did my job. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for us all. Miss Sky. Yes, Your Honor? You are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all this? Why are you smiling?
It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains.
Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. I totally agree. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky. Ba-ba-da-ba. That is all. The court is adjourned.
At long last, it's finally over. Oh, now it's time for me to mess up. Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister to get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted of murder that she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended. You know, I did my best too. But Lana didn't say a single word to me. Hey, I'm not interrupting anything.
Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later.
Ah, Detective Gumshoe. What is it?
You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run around while on duty? And on top of it all, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding.
Oh, are you here because of my sister again?
Nope. Not this time. I came today because of you, pal.
Me?
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone.
Lana! Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know.
I don't care. Well, I won't tell if you won't.
That's good enough reasoning, I guess. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now, I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day, and hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis, I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course! You know it, sis. I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. The twoof. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find the way back to our path. And once we found our path, we can move on from our past mistakes towards a brighter future. At least, that's what I felt looking at those two sisters make up. Mr. Wright? Mr. Gumshoe?
Me?
Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth?
Edgeworth?
Stop hiding and come over here. Where was he hiding? I just came to say, congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right, well,
I'll be going now.
Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't change my own mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth, you self-centered piece of shit, why are you making this about you? Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right.
You despise criminals, I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day, you'll understand. If you want to take them on alone, you'll figure out what's needed.
I mean, he got his trial last time. This is not his moment.
I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime alone, one needs a weapon. It's scary, but I've been thinking the same thing for quite some time now.
But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma? Were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime, but they both made the same mistake. You said, in order to fight crime alone, one needs a weapon. That may be right, but think back to today's trial. you weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What?
Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about. I'm gonna show him my badge. I'm gonna show him my badge. I'm gonna show him my badge. Evidence that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. Time to show him the badge. Thank you. Time to show him the badge. Present the knife. Just stick it right in. That's the evidence list. Yeah, it's the evidence list. That's the picture I drew. Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list, and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Edgeworth. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll excuse me, there's still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, what happened in this trial can either make or break you as a prosecutor. In the end, it's up to you. I know, it seems I owe you my thanks too, Mr. Wright. But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you forever in court. Farewell. I'd better be getting back too. Okay, I'll come to visit you. Presents badge. Thank you for the donation. It seems we both still have a lot to learn. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation. It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. Like, how do you not have the scientific investigation book? Written by the law. And so another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be on a jail like this. But I thought you said that was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here is the one who'll be footing the bill. Huh? What? You think I could afford that with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? 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 Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream? Since we're all here, why don't we all go together to jail? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go. I can't do it. I can't say objection. 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 Remember the hotkeys? I broke. Well, that's it. Thanks for watching. I guess we won't be objecting to anything. Yeah, for some reason I still have that slide for Gabriel Knight 2. Oh, objection. How do I get the there we go. Oh. There we go. I got it. Totally. Objection. Burp, 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 burp. But we use the white noise. You missed it. I objected. But I guess I had it muted. Because my hotkeys there too. How did I pull it off? I just like held the objection button. I don't know if my mic is even connected, but I also pressed the button that I had to just make noise. Yeah. Burp, 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 burp. Like this. That. Have I watched Full Metal Alchemist? No. I've seen like 3 episodes. Wasn't really my thing. Oh no, my mic doesn't keep cutting off. My toggle is page down, which is also the toggle in the emulator for like switching the slides or the screens. See? Yeah. This is not nearly as good as the other ending theme. Some of the characters in this one were okay. I don't know. It felt really, really long. And it felt like it dragged quite a bit. I can't really draw. Okay, there you go. That's as close as I can get to what you want. That's it. There you go. Fill it in right here so you can tell. Yep. Okay, this part's good. Okay, guess what this is? Okay, what do you think that is? First one to guess gets to be Viewer of the Day. A purely honorary title. Oh hey, it's Maya. So did this come out after the second game? With the new DLC? I guess it's not really DLC. With the additional content. Because that was from the second game, right? The scene that Maya's at? Where in America is this? This is California. They have big, beautiful Californian shrines. In California. So, you know, worship those Shinto gods in California. The original 3 games were on GBA, the additional content was added to the DS. Okay. I've only ever played these games on DS, I never played them on GBA. Does Emma come back in like the other games? I don't think I saw her in the 3rd game from when I played. Does she come back in like the Apollo Justice games? Thank you, Capcom, for those 2 series that you do right. And that's it. I'm like 40 minutes over how long I normally stream. I was actually planning to stream another game, which won't be happening until tomorrow. But I guess I could give you like a little hint on what that is. Hold on. I'll give you a little hint on what it's gonna be. Let's see, where is it at? Sorry, it takes a minute to set up. This is your hint. Anyways, I'm gonna go. I am gonna run some ads, and then I'll host somebody. So stick around if you want to watch more streams. Anyway, that's enough of that. It is simply a mystery. Let's see who's streaming tonight. Whoa. Who's the honorary viewer? No one picked it out. It was a boob, but with 3 nipples, and no one said that. So I'm the honorary viewer. Thanks to me for making this stream great. You really made it enjoyable for me to play this game for me. So really, thank you. Thank you, Direboar, for doing your best. Also, thanks a lot for, like, all the new subs tonight, all the donations tonight, and also all the followers. The more cats I get, the better. So thank you. Even if it's only for the sound, thank you for following. No, dude, it's gotta have 3 nipples. It's gotta have 3 nipples. Sorry. You guessed the sausage. That is pretty close to a boob with 3 nipples. That's almost the same thing. Don't feel obligated to donate ever. I appreciate it, but you don't need to. If you don't have to, if you don't want to. If you want to, you can. That's fine. But you're back, you're just in time for me to end the stream. I also noticed those emotes are wrong, and I'm missing like 1. Rest in peace, Miku. Don't worry, I'm so broke too. I don't go around donating to a lot of streamers. I've got a very few number of subs that I can maintain with my current income, so I totally understand. Why didn't I save Miku? That's a problem, dude. I've been asking for input on what to do with Miku. No one has come to me with, like, a solution for bringing back Miku. So, she's still gone. Also, I just uploaded some of the Gabriel Knight streams from Adventure Month, if you wanted to watch those. Warning, I complain a lot. And it's kind of slow. But those will be up on YouTube, like, sometime tomorrow. Which is youtube.com/direboar. Oh, and those ads are done. Hold on.